Hello, everyone. Welcome to Rikuzentakata City. I am going to serve as MC for today's symposium. I am the third grade of Iwate Prefectural Takata High School. My name is Yui Otomo. It's very nice to meet you. As an opening performance, we invited the elementary school students of Kesen Elementary School in Rikuzentakata City. It was Kesen Kenka Tanabata Taiko. How did you enjoy this taiko performance, which is inherited to the next generations? Once again, please give them a big round of applause. So now, Kanno Kenshin, representative of this elementary high school, I have some questions. Kanno-san, so would you please talk about your elementary school, Kesen Elementary School? Yes, Kesen Elementary School in the past was located at Osabe, and then the school moved to the higher locations. And under the circumstance, we have inherited Kenka Tanabata Daiko performance. Kano-san, when did you start being involved in this Kenka Tanabata Daiko performance? Well, my father was also doing the drum. So maybe at the age of 2 or 3, I started to have this drum. So I think you are already deeply involved. So maybe would you please talk about this Kenka Tanabata Daiko performance? This Kenka Tanabata Daiko performance is the festival from Rikuzentakata City. This is really a well-known festival. It has a history over 100 years, so it has a long tradition. Understood. And when you are kind of speeding up the drums, I'm sure that it was quite difficult to align the timing. How did you practice? Yes. We practice 2 to 3 times per week. And we have groups, and also the overall performance is sometimes practice. So it's really difficult to get the good timing with members. Yes, it is inherited in this region. So Kanno-san, how do you feel about having this drum? This Kenka Tanabata Daiko drum has over 100 years its history. So we don't want to stop this tradition. So I would like to continue playing the drums. Thank you very much. So this is a drum which we are proud of. And now I think people in the other countries all over the world really enjoy this Rikuzentakata Kenka Tanabata Daiko. So once again, would you please give them a big round of applause? Thank you very much. So with that, we would like to end this opening attraction performance. We are now moving to the opening ceremony. We are going to set up the stage, so please wait for another few minutes. Thank you very much.
So it seems we are ready. We would like to start the program. The organizers, ICOM-DRMC, ICOM Japan, Japanese Association of Museums, Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center Japan, Tokyo National Museum, Kyoto National Museum, and Iwate Prefectural Museum, and City of Rikuzentakata. Co-organizers are Japan Consortium for International Cooperation in Cultural Heritage, Iwate Prefectural Board of Education, and patrons, Iwate Tsunami Memorial Museum, City of Rikuzentakata Tourism and Products Association. Sponsors, Nomura Company Limited and Tanseisha Company Limited. And we have supporter of Japan National Tourism Organization. So we would like to start symposium on the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. This symposium is done in the hybrid format of having on-site and online conferences at the same time. And also, we pay due attention to the prevention of COVID-19, and we keep social distancing for the on-site session. Now, first of all, let me invite Mr. Futoshi Toba, Mayor of Rikuzentakata City, for greetings. Thank you very much. I am Futoshi Toba, Mayor of Rikuzentakata, as was kindly introduced. Ladies and gentlemen who are in this hall, I would like to welcome all of you from the bottom of my heart. And also for the past 10 years after the Great East Japan earthquake, when we recover from the disaster, we received support and also the moral supports from Japan and abroad. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for that. Now, today, we have a symposium commemorating 10th anniversary from the earthquake by having a keyword of museums. Rikuzentakata City virtually had a devastating impact from the earthquake. In the city, we discovered 1,557 bodies, and as of today, 202 people are still missing. They are our citizens, and also moreover that, related to death are much more than that. 8% of our population lost their lives from the disaster. We were at the bottom of the sadness, and how are we going to recover and raise our head? That was the thinking that we have been having ever since. But the museums were inundated by tsunami and collapsed and destroyed, and all of the collections were washed away by tsunami. Back then, when I heard of that, frankly speaking, I thought the Rikuzentakata museum value or value of cultural properties to people, I didn't really understand how far or how high it could be, and we didn't really pay attention to the cultural properties at that time. When people are losing their lives, I wasn't really understand the importance of museums. But as time passed by, people started to say, we want to go back to the Rikuzentakata as it used to be. I love the Rikuzentakata. I miss the Rikuzentakata. So those are the remarks I was starting to hear. Histories cannot be created overnight. It's being created with long time and also many people involved. So the museums are indeed the collection of people's mind. And I was reminded that the museum was indeed a place for people to turn to. and collections which were washed away with the cooperation of many people were salvaged and restored. Water damaged paper, can it be restored? I was really skeptical about that. But the people are all over the world brought their wisdom to repair the material which are seawater damaged. I was really impressed by that. And also, currently, Rikuzentakata Museum is about to be reborn. I thought maybe after the completion of the building, we can open the museum right away, but there were time needed to dry the material. So we have to wait for some time. But the citizens of Rikuzentakata is really awaiting the opening of the museum. By knowing that, I was reminded of the great value of museum to the minds of people. We don't know where in the world the large disaster could occur. We were in such a situation 10 years ago, but similar situations may have or could have happened or could happen in the future, devastating museums. So what can we do and what can do it better with the wisdom of people? That's something we can discuss with the people around the world and share the information with the people around the world so that we can think of cherishing hometown treasures for the futures to come. And I hope this symposium will be able to deliver the outcome of that effect. And I hope that you enjoy the symposium greatly today. With that hope, I would like to conclude my opening remark. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much, Mayor Toba. Now, I would like to call upon the president of the Japanese Association of Museums, Mr. Masami Zeniya. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Zeniya, the president of the Japanese Association of Museums. Thank you very much for joining us today for this symposium, which is a part of the ICOM-DRMC annual conference. As a part of the organizers, I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciations. ICOM-DRMC annual conference is now being held in this city of Rikuzentakata, which was largely devastated by the great East Japan earthquake in 2011. After the earthquake in 2011, our association worked with the Agency for Cultural Affairs to help rescue cultural properties and help repair damaged cultural properties. We also supported restoration of museums and helped them build disaster preparedness. On the 1st of October last year, the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center was established under the National Institute for Cultural Heritage to engage in various projects for building DRR systems for a variety of cultural properties. Iwate Prefectural Museum, Rikuzentakata Municipal Museum, Tokyo National Museum, and our association formed the organizing committee for the Great Tsunami Project, which started stabilization work of water-damaged cultural properties in 2014. That work resulted in a special exhibition between January and March of 2015 at Tokyo National Museum, The Great Tsunami of March 11, 2011, and the restoration of the cultural properties. The opening ceremony of that exposition was blessed by the presence of Mayor Toba of Rikuzentakata City, who traveled all the way to that venue in Tokyo, and I once again thank the mayor. Now, the memory of the beautiful sound of the reed organ restored from the rubble of tsunami is still vivid in my mind. There is actually a CD available for that sound of the reed organ, which I frequently enjoy even nowadays. Now, the project has shifted its focus from the restoration of affected properties to rehabilitation of culture of the affected communities. The disastrous earthquake largely disrupted the lives of the local residents. Rehabilitating culture through preservation of cultural properties with local residents, museums can play an indispensable and sustainable role in regenerating and even invigorating the local communities. This collaboration with ICOM-DRMC will help us extend our reach globally. Our aspiration now includes contribution to the International Museum disaster reduction and mitigation efforts. This symposium is being held in a hybrid manner to prevent further spread of COVID-19. We have online participants from all over the world. We certainly hope we can meet soon face to face with the calming down of COVID-19. Lastly, I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity to thank Iwate Prefectural Museum, Rikuzentakata City, the Agency of Cultural Affairs of Japan, and others. Thank you very much. And I hope you will have a wonderful symposium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeniya. Next is the chair of ICOM-DRMC, Chief Museum Services Division, Statue of Liberty, and Ellis Island at National Park Service. Ms. Pardue, please.
Thank you. I'm Diana Pardue, and I'm the present chair of the Disaster Resilient Museums Committee. On behalf of the DRMC and ICOM, I would like to thank some of the organizations hosting this conference. Rikuzentakata City, the Iwate Prefectural Museum, and the Japanese Association of Museums. We appreciate their efforts in hosting this conference. It is very significant that this conference is being held in the former disaster area of Iwate at the time of the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. We are very grateful to be able to hold the DRMC conference in Iwate at this time. And I only wish that I could be there with you in person to enjoy this conference. So now I hope you will enjoy today's program, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Miss Pardue. 続きまして、事例報告に移らせていただきま、移らせて。
Thank you very much. So next we would like to move on to the session. We are going to set up the stage, so please be patient. Thank you.
So we
would like to start reports and case study. First, we would like to invite Mr. Daisuke Uchiyama, Chief Curator of Fukushima Museum. Mr. Uchiyama, floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Uchiyama from Fukushima Museum. Very nice to see you all. So I would like to share with you my slide. My topic is the 10 years and the future of Fukushima Museum after the earthquake and nuclear disaster of 2011. As you might know, Fukushima Prefecture had earthquake, tsunami, and the nuclear disaster. We had a complex disaster back then in 2011. At Fukushima Museum, where I work, is maybe 100 kilometers away from the coast of Fukushima Prefecture, but there were many activities relating to museums after the earthquake, so I would like to cover that. And also I would like to cover the challenges for the future as well. First topic is the rescue of the cultural properties. And the second is about the collection and preservation of the items that indicate the disaster caused by the nuclear power plant accident. So my first topic is the earthquake, nuclear power plant accident, and preservation of cultural properties. Back in 2011, March 11th, the Tohoku earthquake occurred, and right after Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant of Tokyo Electric Power Company caused accident, and radioactive materials were emitted and propagated. On the 14th of March, the evacuation order was issued for those who lived within a 20-kilometer radius of the plant. And as you can see, 22nd of April, 3 areas were designated. Maybe difficult to see, the exclusion zone and planned evacuation zone, and emergency evacuation preparedness zones. Especially these exclusion zones, even if you are a resident in the area, you are not supposed to go in, you are prohibited from going in. In other words, you are not able to return to your home. So in 2011, right after the earthquake occurred, Fukushima Prefecture were really having a very devastating effect from the earthquake. However, we were not able to go to a disaster-affected area for many days and months. So as well as we are concerned who are involved in cultural properties and museums, we were really not able to go into the exclusion zone because of the prohibition to go into to save cultural property all that much. So the first activities was done by Fukushima Network for the preservation of historical material. They have a headquarters now in Fukushima universities, and this is a network of museum and the historians and the other people. This network was the first to react, and started preserving materials in private collections. And also Fukushima Museum, where I work, we started preserving cultural properties owned by private individuals and temples and shrines, and we did salvage and rescue activities. Upper photo shows a personal collection, and the lower one is wrapping up the statue. So in 2011, when it comes to rescue, the individual network or individual people were acting, and also the materials and the area was the ones that are owned by individuals, and the area was away from the power plant's accident area. And in 2012, in Fukushima Prefecture, this is 1 year later, the Fukushima Prefecture headquarters for rescue of affected cultural properties were established. And the National Committee and this headquarters coordinated, and we were able to gather experts from all over Japan in the area of cultural properties, and in exclusion zone, which is shown in this red lines. And there were 4 towns within this zone, and of that, 3 towns did own museums. So to these museums, there were collections left for more than a year, and rescuing activities of these collections started after a year from the earthquake. This was a very organizational activities, like committees at the national level and committees at the prefectural level, and people gathered from all over Japan did a very organized activities, and that was one of the characteristics of the activity back then. And some of you may cooperated with these activities. As you can see, before entering into the zone, the personal protective gear has to be worn, and then beyond here, this is an exclusion zone, and the temporary vehicle pass has to be issued to get into the area. So application in advance was needed so that the vehicle which were allowed only can go into this area beyond this borderline of exclusion zone. This is activities we have done, and I was leading, or I was involved. I was involved in Futaba Museum of History and Folklore. This is September of 2012. Beginning of the fall of the following year of the earthquake, situation was still like this. And earthquake caused blackouts, and air conditioning was not provided to the storage. And this was this kind of situation for long. So the museum didn't really have a problematic situation of radio activities, but the mold was the biggest issue. So many collections were covered with mold like this. So there were so many of them, and we were concerned about that. So we wanted to remove this material out of this storage so that we can give a cleaner environment to these collections. So storage and galleries are the places that the exhibitions were exhibited, and we collected all of them and to measure radiation. And most of them are below the standard, so that we can actually remove all of them from the area. And this has been continued for many months. So wrapping was needed, and then moving them out was needed, and we divide the time into phases, and we have repeated that activities over and over again. And using the Soma Girls High School, which were no longer in use, as a temporarily evacuated storage area, we did relays of material to be brought in, like this photo shows. And the shelves of made it at the classrooms were used as storage on a temporary basis. So you see, these are the towns that had museums, and you see the power plants. And from those towns, Soma Girls High School was made as in temporary storage for the collections. And we did some fumigation as well as some cleaning in a simplified manner. And Fukushima Cultural Property Center, Shirakawa branch. There were 3 areas in Fukushima, but in the center of the area called Nakadori, this is a Shirakawa branch of a Fukushima Cultural Property Center. And with the government subsidies, the storage was built. So from the Soma city, we brought all the cultural properties to Shirakawa city. So gradually, little by little, when people can go back to where they used to live, probably the properties can be returned little by little. But in reality, as someone else will talk, like Sanpei-san from Tomioka, the new museum was opened, so we were able to return the cultural properties to the Tomioka town. But it took 10 years from the earthquake, I have to mention. So planned cultural removal was done on one hand. However, on the other, from around 2014, other materials and also the materials outside of the exclusion zone, and exclusion zone was being reorganized, were covered by these activities, like individual collections and collections of temples and shrines. And those were done by Fukushima Network for preservation of historical materials in universities and prefectures as well as municipalities. And everyone was cooperating, and each individually they did their work, and that was since 2014. So Fukushima's rescue activities, therefore, can be divided into 3 time zones, according to my kind of understanding. And currently, I think each individual municipalities are the leader of the activities, and ourselves and the universities and the museums are kind of cooperating with the municipalities' activities. And at our museum, and this is one of the examples. This photo was taken 2015, 4 years after the earthquake. This was taken at Futabamachi, and we were rescuing the Buddhist statue. This was included in the exclusion zone, but we did the rescue and salvages of activities, not just the cultural properties of the museum. And this is also from the individual houses. The owner decided to demolish the house, and they wanted to bring all the folk materials as much as possible to be removed out of the zone. So we were doing that. And also on the right, we were rescuing material dedicated to shrine, which is a cultural properties. So those are the activities we did. And also university students as well as local residents were cooperating with each other to conduct rescue of the folk material. On top of that, students who are learning history and studying history enjoyed this as a field for their research. So this is some of the examples of activities. And the next, I would like to cover the topic of development of activities to preserve disaster heritage. Disaster heritage means the heritage that can inform us of the disaster itself. So we call this as disaster heritage in order to preserve. And this is something we started ever since 2014. That's because exclusion zone was largely restructured in 2013. There was a gradual change since 2011, but the 2013 was there was a big change. And there was no more exclusion zones, but the other zones were designated for the former exclusion zone, meaning that the residents started coming back to their homes, and the reconstruction work started accelerated manner because exclusion zone you can't do it. So during the exclusion zone designation, time was kind of stopped because of the nuclear power plant accident. But because people will start coming back to their places, we anticipated that the situation will be more, altered as people coming back. So meaning that the material that can inform us of the damage of the disaster would be modified. So we decided to protect them. So from the 2014, we had the subsidy from a cultural agency, and we and other museum started working on the preserving disaster heritage, which is a new category of museum material. This may not be a pure sense of a cultural property, but we are now collecting these, which can inform us of the impact of the earthquake. And we paid attention not only collecting objects, but also the places of that object, the information of the places of that object and the user of the object, even prior and after the earthquake, where the object was found and who owned the object, and the story behind. Those were the things we wanted to preserve during the course of our collection of disaster heritage.
For example, there may have been some materials stored at Tsunami Museum, but this is the wall of an elderly home which was covered with muddy water of tsunami. And this is a gym of a school where the lighting fixtures have all fallen and were damaged. And this is a traffic road sign which was largely bent by the power of tsunami. In addition to that, since we are a comprehensive museum, the natural history curators work on stripping of faults and using such techniques. Well, actually, what happened was that on April 12th, 1 month later, major aftershock happened and exposed this fault. And we have stripped that as a geological sample. Posters and other materials left in the shelters also collected. This is a gym which was used as a shelter only one night. Didn't really serve as a shelter for long term, but it is obvious people had to scramble and gather whatever was available to spend the night there. For longer term, a school served as a shelter. And there are materials left in that school as well. This is Soma Girls' School that I mentioned earlier, and that served as a shelter for children who didn't know other children and met for the first time, and the teachers who also evacuated prepared these nameplates using cardboard. In April, children returned to their own schools and they parted with each other, but at that time they left such messages as how they wanted to return home and meet their friends as early as possible, which wouldn't be your dreams or aspirations at normal times, but in post-disaster, they certainly were. And there were other things which indicate and tell stories of tsunami disasters. We saw Monocoria coal, which is designated as endangered species of a plant growing in cluster in tsunami-affected areas. So we collected that specimen. At shelters, firefighting capabilities are largely limited, but there was a need of visiting the graves of the deceased and praying for the deceased. So, incense sticks without fire, which largely used for that occasion, they can be left at the graveyard because they do not use fire. Now, rice. 100% of the rice was measured for radiation, and these labels were placed for the measured rice. And this is something that we also exhibited at the special exhibition. They are making a replica of the pillar of the barn. When the owners of the cattle evacuated, they wondered whether they should let the cattle loose. They had to evacuate, therefore, with the cattle in the barn without feed. The cattle had to die of starvation, and there was a sign of the cattle gnawing on the pillar out of hunger, and that was made into a replica to be exhibited. Recently, we're strengthening our communications. Although the content is limited, we also added some English page to our website, and also a catalog of our activities were published for the better communication of our activities. Now, preservation of disaster heritage and cultural properties are being done with the purpose of fostering the diverse values of cultural properties. And these are the wooden tablet dedicated to shrines, which were rescued and preserved. They are now exhibited, and we asked those residents with experience with those wooden tablets to tell their stories. As a curator, I can talk about the value of the wooden tablet from the historical point of view, but then the stories, individual stories, have to come from the individuals and residents of the local areas of how they were related to the lives of the people there. So the stories coming out of those materials, little pieces of history, as you like, can be shared in the community to further enrich the culture of the community. And the materials telling stories of the earthquake disasters can now be exhibited in this manner for us to tell the historical facts about what happened and how. But at the same time, through these materials, more interactions can take place. For example, DRR education at school, because those materials entail memories and individual stories, which now we cherish. Stories, memories, experiences all have to be preserved through physical materials like these. How much time do I have? Well, this is my last slide. There are many challenges, as a matter of fact. In the affected areas, there are still inaccessible areas other than Tomioka Township. 2 local museums have not been restored, and without a crew to help them either. So we do have lots of challenges yet. But this experience of rescuing cultural property is of value, especially the activities at the nuclear accident affected areas, because radiation impact had to be considered. Actually, because of that, we saw more elder curators enter the areas to work, most of them after retirement. So the rescue experience was about to be lost because of the age of the workers there. So internal knowledge in museums and experience outside had to be handed down to the younger generation, and that still remains a challenge. Recently, in 2019, the East Japan typhoon caused damage, and this year too, off the coast of Fukushima. Disasters can cause damages to cultural damages, any natural disasters. Now we are encouraging people with different age brackets to have experience of rescuing cultural properties affected by such disasters. So as a museum, we have this outreach type of an activity to involve wider community. And also inside the museum, 10 years after March 11th, I still feel that there are challenges that we continue to strive to overcome. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Mr. Uchiyama, thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ryusuke Kodani, General Manager of Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan. Thank you very much for the introduction. I am Kodani from the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center. You may be wondering why I am on the stage.
So this DRMC has the annual conference 2 days ago. And yes, Kozuma-san, the head of the center, had a speech. And also, DRMC is also one of the hosts for today's symposium. And also, last year, this Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center was established. And under the circumstance, this center was established in the Cultural Heritage Center, and there are some new members, and one of the new members is myself. So yes, I actually started to work in this Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center in this April, and up until March, I was working at the Tohoku History Museum, and also I was working at the staff members of the City Hall for the cultural properties. So yes, Great East Japan earthquake, as a civil servant, how we were able to protect the cultural properties with the help with the other organizations. So in hindsight, maybe for 2 years, I was actually working for that City Hall to rescue the cultural properties. And I thought this should be done by the museum. And yes, I am going to talk about how we are going to build up the organization. And then Tohoku Museum of the History was main responsible for the cultural properties rescue. And I actually moved to that museum. So that's why I was myself to be involved in this project. So that's how I will present today. I will be presenting about the Miyagi Prefecture. So Uchiyama-san was talking about Fukushima, and the next speaker will be speaking about the Iwate. So I'm trying to be a little bit different from the other speakers, so that's how I'm going to set up my presentation. Well, this tsunami damage covers from Aomori to Chiba prefectures. So in terms of the damage, yes, I think actually the damage even extends to Kyushu region. And as you see it, the Miyagi prefecture is closest to the epicenter. So that's why we have quite a different damages in Miyagi prefecture. Yes, it's affected by tsunami. This is Utatsu Gyoryukan in Minami Sanriku town. And it's a little bit difficult to see it, but this is where they are selling their local products. So maybe the local shells are sold on the first floor, and the second floor is a museum. This is a Iwasaki Promenade Center, and yes, this is a guidance facility for the prefectural natural park. And the third floor is not damaged by tsunami, but the second floor is showing some of the liberal arts, and the first floor is a sort of a natural products exhibition. And once again, since this is also located on the coast, this is Onagawa town. This is a southern part. Well, this is located in Onagawa town, and this is actually on the beach, Marine Pal. They sell some local products, and also they exhibit some of the liberal arts materials as well as the natural materials. So in terms of the facilities, we have several museums on the coastal line, so that's why they are damaged by the earthquake or tsunami. But so far, I have shown 3 museums. Maybe in terms of the budget, well, they are focusing on the industry as well as the tourism. So I guess maybe it's little bit less focusing on the museum itself. So there are some exhibits which are actually included in this museum, and we understand what they have, and they were able to reconstruct some of those materials. So in terms of the damage to this, well, I think this is Ishinomaki Cultural Center, which is also one of the major facilities. And the exhibition room itself is not damaged, but the storage on the first floor was damaged. So maybe in terms of the damage level, maybe it's a less damage compared to this one. But several hundreds of thousands pieces are damaged. So that's why there was required a big effort. Well, 3 days ago, on the 3rd of November, Ishinomaki Municipal Museum was reopened. It's a little bit ahead of Rikuzentakata city. So yes, we have a special exhibition, and we have exhibited all those damaged products or damaged objects. If you have a chance, please visit them. But I am not really talking about Ishinomaki Cultural Center in my presentation. This is the Ogatsu Traditional Industries Hall. It used to be located in the other municipalities, but because of the mergers, now it is a part of this. This is This is actually subsidized by METI, Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry. And this is creating or producing suzuri. And this is a museum to exhibit the suzuri. Well, it's been 10 years since we had the Great East Japan earthquake, so some of you may not remember. I think back then the Tokyo station was also being reconstructed, and yes, there are special materials from this Ogatsu town, and there was a news that the materials from Ogatsu was used for the slate of the roof on the Tokyo station, and all of those roof are slate. And the first floor, as you see it, is the exhibition area. And this is really famous inkstones, or maybe some of the large inkstones or small inkstones. Those are suzuri, and maybe the production or manufacturing materials of suzuri. And it was some of those items are quite rare. So those are also flat and damaged. Well, as you see, there are kind of a tower, and that was exhibition room, and this museum where they were showing the paintings. And the second floor had the storage. So some of you from Sendai may know, but the Sendai painters, there are 4 main or famous painters from Sendai, and there are about dozens of those pieces, artworks from these 4 painters. And I think that back then, the head of the town was quite passionate in collecting those items, so that's why they exhibited those items. Well, yes, many of the people actually forgot. Ishinomaki City people and also the Ogatsu town people forgot about this pieces. And yes, we went to see it in December in the same year. 4 floors were totally damaged by water. And then, yes, there are many pieces which are kind of floating in the storage room. But storage room itself was not really damaged, so that's why those pieces remained. Well, yes, people told us that that head of the town was really passionate about collecting. And actually, the registry was already removed. So actually, they forgot that there are these pieces, and the registry was erasing or deleting those items, including the staff members. They were not really recognizing there are certain art pieces in this museum. Well, the damage level was not that bad, so that's why I think we were able to rescue, and those items are now included in the new collection of Ishinomaki City. Well, this Great East Japan earthquake is mainly damaged by tsunami, but we had the seismic scale of 7 earthquake. So the damage is not just coming from tsunami, but the damage came from the earthquake itself. Well, yes, I was searching for certain photos. Well, maybe I put the materials in the server at the city hall. So I was not able to get it. So I had this picture to explain about this area. This is in Osaki City, a little bit inland from the beach or coast. This is called Yubikan. This is a clan school in Edo period. it used to be a clan school in Edo period. There are several buildings, but basically it's made out of straw, and now it's crushed, and only roof is remained. And there are some historical materials in relation to Yubikam. And yes, some of those items actually remained. Well, this is a museum. Well, it's a old historic site and scenic spots, and yes, it's now the museum. Well, there are some materials remained in this site, and then after a while we went in, and then we were able to rescue all those pieces. And yes, I think it was taking some time because of the severe damage. And also in Kurihara City, which is a little bit northern part, the museum itself is collapsed. It was a sewing school. It was quite old building, and yes, there are some exhibition or some artworks, but it was also smashed. Same, another one in Kurihara City. There was a prefabricated, well, facility, but the wall was damaged because of the earthquake. So it was quite a severe earthquake damage.
So Tohoku History Museum and other museums were damaged very heavily as well. But according to city people of Kurihara, Kurihara was the epicenter for the inland earthquake, which occurred prior to the Great East Japan earthquake. And there was a heavy damage on the mountain of Kurihara Yama, and many people died because of that. And when we say we can do something about the cultural rescue to the city property of Kurihara, they say, you know, we are inland and we didn't really had suffered so much. So please go to the coastal area to help. But in Kurihara City, there used to be 9 townships, but they were integrated into one city. So they had a huge amount of cultural properties. And probably Kurihara City is one of the largest city in Japan. It takes 2 hours or 3 hours from the north to south by car. So the city itself is the size of the prefecture, and they have to manage everything by themselves, and they have to find their place to keep storage or safe storing of the material by themselves. So Kurihara was working this hard, and also Kurihara sent people to coastal area to assist. Now, I was at the Tohoku History Museum, so I would like to explain to you what we have been doing and we actually did. Now, as you can see from this photo, this is a Haniwa which actually fell because of the earthquake, and this was on display. So there was an issue of storage, and also what do we do with a collection on exhibition is another issue. And also, as you remember, if you are in Tohoku 24, I don't know when the earthquake occurred, but I was driving a car and stopped by the traffic signal. And I thought that was great that the signal was red. And then there was a huge quake, and then there was no electricity, and the traffic signal went black. So as you can see, the museum was in dark, and the museum had extra auxiliary power, but it lasted only a few hours. So I guess the electricity was stopped because they want to keep the fuel for extraordinary situation. So we found this. Now, on the left, it's very difficult to see. Okay. This is the building itself had lots of foundation, so it was stable, but the surrounding area subsided. Underneath of the building, you see some gap, but I think on the right-hand side, you see much better situation, and there was no brace, and the shelves warped because of the weight. Tohoku History Museum and also Tohoku Archives had a history of over 50 years, and we are safe depositing many material in Tohoku area, and we have many storage space. More than 100,000 boxes of these material exist, and the weight of the box actually warped the shelf. What happened was during the light was not available, we couldn't do that. So April 11th there was some electricity, but after April 10th we decided to do something, but we actually decided to move these shelves. For April the 10th was the time when we were discussing a lot about the rescue, and we knew the scope of damage in Ishinomaki area. So as far as the museum is concerned, we have many curator. So we said, yes, okay, we can actually send our people to your site. And I was dispatching many curators to various sites. And within the museum, we were actually bringing these heavy boxes of roof tiles to the second floor. Maybe more than 10,000 boxes were carried away from the storage to the second floor by manpower, by human. And also at the same time, we were working for the other museum's recovery work. If storage is very much conditioned, you can see the temperature, and this is the date, 11th March. Around the noon, you see this little wave, meaning that the air conditioning was working, but from the instance and onward, you see straight line all the way down to this area. Ultimately, March 31st, 18 degrees Celsius was the temperature. March 11th, 22 degrees, so 4 degree the difference, even if the air conditioning was not functioning. So this was a very perfect situation. And the humidity-wise, when air conditioning is on, around 60%, and 56% was the value as of March 31st. So there was not a big change. So right after the earthquake, we actually opened the storage and confirmed inside. And we understand that the braces were in the older ones, but the newer ones, we thought the situation was not critical. So we closed the door and decided not to open until the electricity will come back. We saw some falling from the shelves, but we didn't touch them and closed the storage. So what are we going to do with this? Was a challenge. Right after the earthquake, what kind of response has to be done and what kind of decision has to be made was one of the challenge. Maybe during the electricity was available, maybe we can do some curing work, but this can be never ending, and something could happen during such work. So that was a very hard decision to make. So I'm running out of time. So we went the other museum to save, like moving the boxes and curing the shelves. We were doing inside of the museum, but from the middle of the April, we send our curators to other museums. And we can find National Institute for Cultural Heritage people and also other people, maybe a maximum 10 curators were dispatched from our organization to Ishinomaki Cultural Center. So quite a number of people. I think you can spot some of the people on this photograph. Actually, our museum cleared one room completely to keep the other material in. In other words, we bring everything to the lobby, and then that material has to be moved into some other area. And one of the storage was completely made open for rescued material. So this is the in front of the room of the storage, and back side is the storage. We wanted to receive many material, but we received the Ishinomaki material in the month of May, and then the room was fully occupied. So this was the situation we experienced. So rescue activities, the damaged museums did whatever they could do. But the supporters, like ourselves, stretch ourselves as well. And so we really have to pay attention to that in order to coordinate activities. Well, right after the earthquake, our brain was producing adrenaline, so we didn't really pay attention to the fatigues that much. And we were able to do as much as we could. However, if the small size earthquake happens, while maintaining a regular work, while supporting others, that kind of combination may be difficult. So that's something we are discussing within our organization of a center. Now, just briefly, Miyagi Prefecture, in order to respond to disaster, we decided to create a network. Researchers and experts on cultural properties and museums and other stakeholders may have to respond to a disaster. And instead of just putting every word into the disaster-hit museum, the whole of the prefecture has to collaborate, and that's the idea. So this is the Miyagi Prefecture Disaster Hit Cultural Heritage Conservation Liaison Conference. Board of Education of the cities would create a group with museums. Now, Board of Museum is in charge of Board of Education, is in charge of museums. And there are museums held by the cities. So all sorts of stakeholders in museums, as well as administrators in charge of the cultural properties, everyone would get together under this liaison conference. And that was the concept of this conference. So restoration and environmental change check or condition check, and also workshop was held. This was well received. Eventually, this would lead to day-to-day material maintenance, and this is about the lacquerware, and we did some exhibition. So we help each other, and we do this and to share information and to move on to a new round of activities that could be needed. So lastly, network was needed. And I think most important is to create a network. University professors, faculty members, a museum, library, and archives members, or owners of the property, and the local residents. They all need to join the network. And the prefecture would be a center of such networking. Instead of paying too much attention to the vertical separation, maybe we can have a network having cultural property in the center. So that kind of organization might be needed, in my opinion. And if we can have this network, maybe we can help each other more casually instead of hesitating to receive help, maybe we can extend help and receive help without hesitation through this network. So that is the end of my story. Thank you very much for your attention.
小谷様、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Kodani. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Masaru Kumagai, the Chief Curator at Rikuzentakata City Museum, for his report. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Kumagai from Rikuzentakata City Museum. At the time of Great East Japan earthquake, our museum was devastated, and after that, we received lots of support from museums and other relevant people throughout Japan. Thank you very much for the past 10 years. Now, I would like to report to you on our cultural properties rescue operations. As you know, on March 11th, 2011, Rikuzentakata was hit by an earthquake with a seismic intensity of 6 weak. I think the tremor continued for about 3 minutes. I knew that tsunami was coming at the time. 40 minutes later, tsunami went over the seawall, and it looked like this. This is a photo taken from Takata Municipal Hospital. The tsunami was approaching the center of the city, and the roof that you see in front was eventually engulfed by tsunami. So that's how the city looked. The tsunami engulfed people, cars, houses, everything. The museum is located in the middle of this picture. About 15.8 meters of tsunami hit the museum. I understand it is about 7 meters to the ceiling over here. So the tsunami was even higher than that height. This is the aftermath of the tsunami. You see some remains of steel-framed buildings, but other than that, nothing is left. It looks almost surreal, like watching a movie or something. So here's the casualty at Rikuzentakata. The slide over here has rather an old stat. More than 1,700 people have lost their lives. Now, at Rikuzentakata City, there are 4 cultural facilities. Our museum, the Sea&Shell Museum, the City Library, and the storage for archaeological artifacts. And we had about 560,000 items in total, which were all largely devastated. There were 27 employees, and 19 out of them fell victim to the tsunami. Now the topic here is rescue of cultural properties. We certainly had this mission of rescuing affected items, but we could not launch a rescue system at first. Eventually, we started to work in an 11-member team, former museum directors and part-time employees. And out of those survivors, we found 11 of them. We started our activities on 1st of April, but the team was consolidated toward the end of April. Now, when it comes to rescuing cultural properties. There are first stage rescue and second stage rescue. The first is the transferring of materials from devastated area. Museums in Iwate Prefecture, Board of Education, and self-defense forces have helped us in such operations, which continued for about 2 months between April and June. About 460,000 items out of 560 items affected were rescued. Now, the city museum damages will be reported in this section. The museum did not have windows facing the sea. Therefore, when the tsunami hit, the building was not initially damaged. However, when the tsunami subsided, it took many parts of this building. 3 days after the tsunami, we went there to find the entire building inaccessible. You see a car in this picture, and there were 2 vehicles there, and we found the remains of 2 housings inside, together with all sorts of different debris. This is a photo of the first floor exhibition room, where we had archaeological and geological exhibitions, all covered with debris, piling up to the height of the ceiling over here, as you can see. So we underwent a tenuous work of removing such debris, and after that, we found the sand in the depth of about 1 meter on the floor. So, lots of debris as well as museum materials were also buried in the sand. So we had to dig them up and rescue them. And this is the first floor storage room. The shelves are all demolished like this. This is a storage room. It's pitch dark inside because there are no windows. We had to use power generators and autonomous lighting systems to work and rescue whatever was left. So these are the materials right after rescue and recoveries. You can see that they are all covered with black mud, which were very hard to remove. And it smells awful with the sulfide type of a smell that you might expect in near volcanoes. But anyway, at first, we could only use water in an attempt to remove mud. Now, there is a culture called Takata Kabuki, and on the second floor we had the storage of clothing used for that performance. As you can see, the clothes cases were filled with blackish water, and the water certainly doesn't drain because the clothing are all contained in the plastic boxes, and they were left in the black seawater with lots of bacteria for such a long time that the clothing were largely damaged. This is from the library next to us. There is an old document called Yoshidake Monjo or Yoshida family collection of books, which are all made of washi, rice paper. and they were soaked wet with seawater. We lost pine trees from the coastal areas, and the area was very windy, causing rapid drying of those paper materials, which would cause further damage to the books. So, in order to prevent drying out, we had to put them in the plastic bags to carry them out. This is where we continue our stabilization work. About 17 kilometers inland from the museum called Oide Elementary School. It was planned to close the same year of the earthquake, so we decided to use the school facility to do our work. At first, the only thing we could do was to wash with water and dry. But this is the place where we really learned how difficult it was to restore the affected materials. Now, the second stage of rescue is for stabilization process. The affected materials contain seawater. When left alone, bacteria will increase, and with salt, degradation continues. So we have to remove the factors of degradation and stabilize the materials. Now, biological factors for degradation is mold, and chemical factors are salt content of seawater, and physical factors mean the physical destructive power of the impact as well as the quick drying after being wet, causing cracks, for example, on wooden materials. So, first, we remove mud and we sterilize and desalinate in that order. After that, we dry the materials and we observe what happens. And during that time, we may find some salt still remaining, attracting moisture as well as mold later on. In that case, we have to go back to the first step and do all the process once again. Now, the cultural properties affected by tsunami were in various materials because we are a comprehensive museum. It could be insects, plants, geological objects, shellfish, and so forth. So how to handle them was very difficult to find, even with the advances in lots of other technologies. We had to continue lots of trials and errors to come to optimum method of preservation. We were helped by the grant from the Agency of Cultural Affairs to work with Iwate Prefectural Museum and other experts to work on this. The first we did was stabilization of old paper materials. There was an established method of water-damaged paper, so using that methodology at the Prefectural Museum, we worked on finding a stabilization process of the water-damaged paper materials. So the Prefectural Museum crew was of great help. Currently, it is done in 21 stages. starting from the selection of materials suited for washing in water, washing of out of mud using tap water, and then using sodium hypochlorite solution for cleaning and desalination with tap water, and drying later on. This shows how we clean the old paper materials. We use brushes in water, and doing this in water is important because if you do it outside of water, the mold out of the material can cause harm to the people who are working on it. So we have to do this cleaning in water.
Next is the desalination. And at the beginning, we are going to put water in the container, and we are going to immerse the materials and trying to desalinate. That was the initial process, but we were improving the process over time, and we were creating the water current in the sink so that it can be more efficient in desalination. And this is showing the efficiency. This is the chloride ions. At the beginning, the first level was 1300 ppm, but when it comes to the fifth time, it will be quite close. It is quite close to the tap water. And this one is applying that same method to the fork materials. And once again, we are going to put water in the container, and that's how we were desalinating. The most difficult one was the wood material. Well, some are soaked with the seawater, so it was taking even a month to desalinate. But over time, sometimes it can deform or it can be broken. So this is actually coming from the other museum, but we are going to wrap it with a plaster. We put some opening and trying to do the desalination. This one is the Japanese ship called kakkobune. And because of soaked in the seawater, it was really heavy. So 18 self-defense force personnel were involved in this operation. It was really big, so that's why we were not able to desalinate. So we were drying in the room, but some started to show the rust and also the salt. So we have 2 meter by 7 meter water sink, and then we put the ship in this container. And for 2 weeks, we were able to desalinate. This is a natural history specimen, and the top one is the beetles, and the bottom one is butterflies. And this is a specimen. And yes, I think you see a mud on the surface of this specimen. And using the surfactant and also the specific tool, and we actually create a solution to clean those specimens. And then after that, we are trying to dry. So beetles, some are actually broken into pieces with their legs, but just like the plastic model, we are trying to reassemble. And also the labels are also important information, so we also store the label as well. This one is a plant specimen. 2 days ago, Ms. Suzuki was also reporting on this one. Well, we actually soaked with the water and trying to desalinate, clean, and then going to put on the specific material. Especially when it's a plant specimen, the original label remained. So just like the method which we applied to the paper was also used. This is the golden eagle from the city. And prior to the earthquake, it was having the wing spread out, but we actually disassemble and then clean it, and we put the new body cores and dry it. We were not able to have this wings spreading out, so we were. It was temporarily stuffed. Through trial and errors, and we thought maybe the stabilization process was working. On the third year, we started to see some problem. This is for the seaweeds, and we wrap with the woven cloth, and sometimes this unwoven cloth is getting discolored or it smells quite badly. And we try to find out why it is discolored. Well, we were only thinking about desalination, but there are some other oil-derived materials, and those are not fully removed, and it was broken out by the microorganism. So that's the reason why it is discoloring, and also it is emitting some strange smell. Well, we were using this neutral detergents, and we put them in 24 hours. It was transparent water, but it is getting a bit opaque, and that's how we remove the oil. So we put additional step onto those 21 steps which we used for the paper. So these are the materials which we were able to apply the methodology, but this is oil painting or lacquered artifacts, tin toys, and leather items. I think, yes, we were treating these items, but we were not able to find the best possible method to recover. So with the specialist from the Tokyo National Museum and our prefectural museum, we are still trying to find out how we could best restore these items. Let me show you a picture. Well, this is Maekawa-san's picture from the city museum. This is the paper in a museum room. And this paper reads, "Please do not take the museum materials home. They are important treasures that restore the nature, history, and culture of Takata City." This is just one sheet paper, and we don't know who wrote this, but someone had left this message. Well, right after the Great East Japan earthquake, these cultural properties, should we focus on recovering, restoring cultural properties, cultural heritage? We had a dilemma. But unless we do it, this is not going to remain. But this message really pushed us. And this really endorsed that we should focus on rescuing the cultural properties. And we want to really have this inherited to the next generations. Yes, we are having the goal that we are going to open up the new museum. And this is really coming from this message left to us. Well, this is the schematics of the new museum, which is going to be built. And this is 2 stories buildings. And the total area is 1,900 square meter. And also the second floor is 420 something, so a total of 2,800 square meter. And the first floor is showing the exhibition hall, and the second floor is sort of the administration area. And we have about 1,000 square meter for the standing exhibition, and the special exhibition is 129 square meter. This is the image of the exhibition room. And yes, there was this museum of the Shells Museum, and there is a room called Shells Room. So this is the Shells Room and also the Discovery Room for kids. So this is the Museum of Sea and Shell. This is where we are trying to exhibit. This is the origin of Earth, or miraculous Sandiku Sea, or maybe the fishing tools. And the core is the shellfish room. The unique characteristics about this museum is that we are taking sea, ocean as the main theme. Well, the materials which will be exhibited, 90 or over 90% of the exhibited products were damaged, and some should not be even exhibited because of the huge damage. However, these materials are actually rescued or recovered with the help by Japanese people as well as people all over the world. And we want to remain those items. By exhibiting those items, why do we have to remain? Why do we have to leave these materials? And throughout this exhibition, people may think about why these should be inherited. Well, leaving those materials, exhibiting those materials, and then going to be inherited for the next generation is something which we want those visitors to think about. Yes, it's not fully completed. Well, we still have to work on to rescue and recover, restore those materials. We have so many things which we have to overcome, but we will never give up. And this treasure of Rikuzentakata should be carried on to the next generation. I hope that you can continue supporting us. Lastly, well, right after the earthquake, this is the tagline for us. We always are reminded with this tagline: reconstruction without cultural assets is not true reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kumagai, thank you very much. Next, from the UNDRR office in Japan, we would like to have Ms. Yuki Matsuoka to do presentation. Matsuoka-san, floor is yours. Can you hear me? I am the head of UNDRR office in Japan. Yuki Matsuoka is my name. Unfortunately, because of the other commitment, I was not able to come to Rikuzentakata, so I'm participating in the conference remotely. Now, I would like to talk about the World Tsunami Awareness Day and the significance of the World Tsunami Museum Conference. And I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity. Now, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the East Japan earthquake. Once again, I would like to express my sincere condolences for those who lost their families. As you can see from this picture, I myself, ever since Great East Japan earthquake, visited many times to Tohoku area where Rikuzentakata is. And also Rikuzentakata, I made an arrangement for the visit of a head of UNDRR, and on that occasion I visited the city as well. Yesterday, the 5th November, is the World Tsunami Awareness Day. And UN Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres sent a message, so I would like to introduce to you some of that. On the World Tsunami Awareness Day, we call on countries, international bodies, and civil society to increase understanding about the threats and share innovative approaches to reduce risks. Rising sea level caused by the climate emergency will further exacerbate the destructive power of tsunami. We must limit warming to 1.5 degree over pre-industrial averages and invest at a scale in the resilience of coastal communities. Science and international cooperation, as well as preparedness and early action, must be at the heart of our efforts to save lives from tsunami and other hazards. In the face of increasing complex global crises, we need to be better prepared. Let us work to reduce tsunami risk, deliver on Sendai framework, and together build resilience against all disasters. The World Tsunami Awareness Day was set at the General Assembly of the UN in 2015. Following the World Conference on a Disaster Risk Reduction, adopting a Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and SDGs, following up on these activities, 142 countries, including Japan, jointly proposed and was adopted. 11th, the 5th is actually, correction, November the 5th is the based on the story of Japan, of Inawara no Hi. And that was the basis of November the 5th being the World Tsunami Awareness Day. The World Tsunami Awareness Day was set in order to raise awareness of risk caused by tsunamis and enhance tsunami countermeasures. UNDRR is working with other partners to do activities relating to tsunami on this day. We are also subsidized and helped by Japanese government as well. One of the activities that UNDRR is doing together with other partner is the holding of the World Tsunami Museum Conference. In order to preserve records of tsunami damage and the measures taken, the conference aims for tsunami disaster-related museums around the world to share experience and lessons learned and pass on those records to future generations and discuss the importance of and the roles of museums in preparing against the tsunami in their societies. In 2017, first conference was held on Okinawa Ishigaki Island, and the second was held in 2018 in Tokyo National Museum, and last year the third meeting was held virtually. The first World Tsunami Museum Conference was co-organized by UNDRR, Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and JICA to discuss on how the terror of tsunamis have been passed down and how field museums existing nearby shall be utilized and how database for passing down the records to the future generation should be created and the roles of tsunami museums as centers for knowledge center. The field museum is like the one that you can see on the photo at the bottom. This is the tsunami boulder, which can let the people know the power of tsunami. So this is the list of 9 museums which participated. Banda Aceh from Indonesia and Lisbon Museum 1955 was the earthquake that they suffered, and they have exhibition, and the one in Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Turkey, and Hawaii from the US, and also one in Wakayama and Hyogo and Hiroshima. Those participated in the meeting, and Hyogo also did an exhibition regarding the earthquake, and Hiroshima participated in this first meeting as well. In 2018, the Second World Tsunami Museum Conference was held at the Tokyo National Museum on the occasion of Conference of the Japan Museum Association. As the conference was held on the 25th anniversary of the Hokkaido Nansei-oki earthquake of 1993, we focused on the chronological perspectives of the disaster. So we looked at the time axis of the disaster and discussed how the roles and challenges of the museum changed at each stage after the disaster. We also discussed the importance of passing on the threat and experience of tsunami from generations to another, and the efforts to preserve cultural assets and the materials, as well as the experience of disaster after the disaster and lessons learned from the disaster. In 2018, we had the opportunity to present the results of the second WTMC with representatives of participating museums at the ICOM-ASPAC Japan conference held in Kyushu. We also had the opportunity to present the result of the second WTMC at the 25th ICOM Kyoto Congress in 2019, in collaboration with ICOM ASPAC Vice Chair and Deputy Director of Kyoto National Museum, Mr. Kurihara. Because we kept the ties after we met in Kyushu. This experience also is really based upon the experience of connection we created in 2018. So once again, I would like to express my gratitude. Now, the second conference was held on the occasion of the conference of the Japan Museum Association. About 200 people from museums, universities, local governments, government agencies, and research institutions attended the conference. In addition to speakers from disaster-related museums in Indonesia, China, and Japan, we had participants from the government, including Director of the National Emergency Management Office of Chile and the Mayor of Sendai, as well as experts from UNESCO, Tokyo National Museum, Kyoto National Museum, tsunami experts, and the cultural heritage preservation experts. We had all these representatives. And Mr. Zeniya said a remark at the opening. And also, Kamba Sensei also was one of the speakers who will be moderating at the panel discussion later on. There were diverse discussions, but one of the common themes was how we can pass the experience of tsunami and earthquake to the future generations. That was regarded to be one of the most important responsibilities as well as challenges for the museums. As museums are important educational institutions for the people, it was confirmed that it is important to continue the World Tsunami Museum Conference so that museums can work together and contribute to building resilience in the society. The third World Tsunami Museum Conference took online on the 5th November 2020 last year. Because of the COVID-19, we were not able to have physical conference, so we went online for the first time. Now, the event highlighted the importance of preserving and passing on the memory of lessons and experiences from the past disaster to future generations, and how disaster museums and the testimonials of the tsunami survivors can contribute to education and awareness to prepare for the future disaster. was the discussion. And the moderator of the event was Ms. Femi Oke, an anchor women for CNN and Al Jazeera, to make the event accessible and impactful. Ms. Mami Mizudori, a special representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Reduction, and the head of the UNDRR, also spoke on behalf of the organizer. And during the conference, a virtual tour of Iwate Tsunami Memorial Museum opened in September of the year in Rikuzentakata was introduced, and there was a live broadcast from the museum as well. Building on the discussions and outcomes of the previous two WTMCs, the speakers from the third conference included representatives from the disaster-related museums in Japan, Turkey, Portugal, Indonesia, Thailand, and the United States. In dialogue with the moderator, the representatives of the museums presented the background of their institutions of establishment and their objectives and the activities that they focus. They highlighted the important role they play in raising awareness and education of the public by providing opportunities to learn about the experiences and lessons learned from the past disasters. Because we went virtual, we were able to disseminate the information around the world, I think. The Pacific Tsunami Museum in Hawaii introduced a video of virtual tour and also interviews with children who visit the museum. Also introduced was a video interview of students who visited the disaster site of Sendai City Arahama Elementary School, and voices of people who actually visited the disaster-related museums. And towards the end of the event, Ms. Femi held a dialogue with Mr. Eiji Nimura, the UNESCO artist for peace and violinists, and where Mr. Nimura shared how the power of music can help heal the hearts of the victims. And we listened to the performance of Mr. Nimura before concluding the event. The event was a great opportunity for disaster museums to share their activities and objectives and to provide a virtual tour of their facility when many museums had to close their doors due to COVID-19 pandemic. So they helped fostering an understanding of the role and importance of disaster museums in terms of awareness and educating among the audience and deepening the network of participating disaster museums. The online format of the conference allowed for registration from more than 36 countries in providing tsunami-related museums wider exposure. In the first week of the event, there were about 5,000 streaming views. I think there was a benefit of going online.
UNDRR will continue to hold the World Tsunami Museum conferences going forward. And on the Tsunami Awareness Day, there are many other activities and projects. This year and last year, because of COVID-19, awareness raising and early warning systems were discussed. And our online seminars, workshops, and forums encompassing Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Within the UN, we work also with UNESCO and UNDP. Today's audience are largely from museums and, of course, related experts. Now, before 2015, UNDRR did not have an opportunity to work in large scale with museums. However, the importance of building resilience against disaster is largely recognized in different domains. And DRR is being mainstreamed in many domains. At ICOM Kyoto Conference in 2019, ICOM took up disaster as a main topic, and at that conference, DRMC was newly established, indicating the mainstreaming of disaster. And for that, ICOM Japanese members took the leadership in mainstreaming DRR at ICOM. Actually, Japan has taken leaderships in various fronts in the area of DRR. For example, in this slide, in UN DRR, the UN and Japan have taken initiatives in promoting international DRR discussions. In the past, UN DRR conferences were held 3 times, 1994, 2005, and 2015, all hosted by Japan. The UN DRR conference have produced global DRR guidelines, which have been widely adopted. The current guideline is called Sendai Framework for DRR 2015-2030. The framework was adopted in 2015 by DRR conference and then the same year by the United Nations. Now member countries are called for to implement the framework. At UNDRR is a secretariat of the UNDRR conference. We also are responsible in promoting implementation of the framework, offering support of implementation, and monitor progresses. This slide gives you the outline of the Sendai framework. Actually, the document is about 25 pages long, so this is a summary of it. This is in Japanese, and I will show the English version of this in a minute. 1 year-long discussion preceded the adoption of the Sendai framework for DRR. Under a major influence of March 11th, which offered important learnings, especially in the 3 areas of inclusiveness, resilience, and all of society engagement. They are all incorporated as key concepts in Sendai framework. Now, the all society engagement. Of course, the DRR policies are formulated by the national government, which is held primarily responsible, but there are other stakeholders, including civil society, academia, private sector, and the media. And they are all embraced in this Sendai framework. There are 4 priorities for actions: understanding disaster risk, strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience, and enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response and to build back better. This applies not only to the central government, but also to local governments, civil societies, academia, businesses, media, and all individuals, including women and the younger generation. They all have a role to play in those 4 priority actions. And certainly, museums can offer their own perspectives to be a part of it. And this is my last slide. Tsunami Awareness Day is meant to raise awareness of the danger of tsunami, but not only that, UNDRR uses this occasion to raise awareness about major challenges for the globe. Because of climate change, we are seeing increased intensity and frequency of climate-related hazards. Higher sea levels increase and amplify the destructive power of tsunami. So, leveraging such occasions, we continue to enhance awareness. Without DRR, we cannot build resilience. And without resilience against disasters, we cannot build sustainable society with sustainable development. The Sendai framework for DRR and Paris Agreement for climate change and SDGs, all adopted in 2015, have to be tackled in Trinity. DRR, climate action, sustainable development have to be the target of integrated approach or coherent approach. That's how we should address those global challenges. This is my favorite picture. The UN challenges appear to be distant for some of you, however, including DRR, those challenges could be very close to home, and this photo represents that. Japanese is not an official language of UNDRR, but UNDRR Japan sends out information in Japanese using our Twitter account. So follow us, and I thank you for your attention. Matsuoka-san, thank you very much. Now we would like to take a short break. We will resume at 15 minutes after 3:50. So please be back in your seat by that time. Thank you very much.
まもなく再開のお時間となります。
We are going to start soon, so please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Now we'd like to resume. Next, we'd like to move on to the panel discussion. I'd like to introduce the panelists. Chief Curator of Fukushima Museum, Daisuke Uchiyama. From Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center, Japan, General Manager, Ryusuke Kodani. Rikuzentakata City Museum, Chief Curator, Masaru Kumagai. United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Office in Japan, Head, Yuki Matsuoka. Historical Archive Museum of Tomioka, Deputy Director, Hidefumi Sanpei. Tohoku History Museum, Curator, Aya Moriya. Iwate Prefectural Museum, Chief Curator, Koji Maruyama. Culture Division, Tono City, Assistant Manager, Saori Maekama. Coordinator is served by Nobuyuki Kamba, honorary member of Tokyo National Museum. So, Kamba-san, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your introduction. And I am going to serve as the moderator for this panel discussion. I am from Tokyo National Museum, honorary member. My name is Kamba. It's very nice to meet you. So first, we have these panelists. And some of the panelists already made their presentations. So now I would like to ask the other members who did not make the case studies to introduce yourselves And also maybe some information or anything which you want to add, or maybe from the different angles, if you have anything which you want to share with this panel, we'd like to hear. So that's how we'd like to start this panel discussion. First is Sanpei-san. Would you please start? Thank you very much. Thank you. Tomioka town is a coastal area of Fukushima prefecture. I am from Tomioka. So Tomioka was hit by this earthquake and tsunami, and as was mentioned by Uchiyama-san, and also we had the nuclear power plant accident. So all the people have to evacuate from the town. So there is no resident in that town. Well, we were starting to return, but there are some issues of the infrastructure and others. Currently, 1/3 of the town is still hard to come home. So that's why they are not allowed to come home if they are the residents in that specific area. In this July, we have the Tomioka Archive Museum. Well, the philosophy is we are going to embed the incident of this disaster into our history of the town. And before the earthquake, we have the materials of our history together with the disaster information. I think Uchiyama-san mentioned the disaster heritage. So we also exhibit the disaster heritage in this museum. Well, when it comes to 50 years from now or 100 years from now, I am sure this is going to be the historical material. Well, so together with the other historical materials, we are showing or exhibiting the damage or earthquake material. 10 years ago, when we are struck by this earthquake, we had the rescue project and also restoration projects. And thank you very much for offering the great support to restore our pieces. And also, I was working at the resident section of the town hall, and yes, all of the members in that section said that we are trying to rescue the cultural heritage. So yes, as was mentioned by Uchiyama-san, it's earthquake heritage, and we were working on maintaining those earthquake heritage, and I think that has led to the opening of this museum. Well, the bond between the community and also the people will be exhibited in this museum. It's a little bit far from this location, but I hope you stop by at our Tomioka Archive Museum. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next is Moriya-san, please. Thank you. So in Takajo City, Miyagi Prefecture, there is a Tohoku History Museum, and I am in charge of the storage. And my name is Aya Moriya. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you very much. And yes, after 6 years from the disaster in 2017 April, I started to work for this Tohoku History Museum. And for the 4 or 5 years since I joined the museum, well, my main job was I was trying to stabilize the archives and also trying to restore or repair those archives. That's been my main job. Well, the vacuum, frozen, vacuum or drying, we are trying to clean those, and also we are going to put them into the storage container. So those being some of the tasks, and most of them have been already restored, and we have been able to return them to the owner. And also the temporary storage for this disastered materials. We have some of those in our prefecture. So I am administrating or managing those storage, or I'm working with people on the coastal area. And also in Miyagi Prefecture, we have a new museum or storage rooms or storage facilities. So I'm trying to establish the storage environment or exhibition environment. I'm offering support. Well, I hope that I can learn a lot from this panel discussion. So it's very nice to meet you, and thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. So next is Maruyama-san. Yes, thank you. I'm from Iwate Prefectural Museum. My name is Maruyama. Well, at the museum, I am in charge of the cultural properties, especially the scientific materials. Well, in the following month after the disaster, in the April, the first stage cultural property or heritage rescue project I have been engaged. Back then, I was not involved. Well, I was in charge of the buried cultural properties, so I was working the buried products. But I moved to the museum, and at the beginning, I was in charge of the archaeological properties. I was researching on the volcanic properties, and sometimes, yes, I was in charge of the exhibition materials, and also I had to communicate some of those events to the people. In 2017 onward, I am now in charge of the cultural properties, scientific cultural properties. So currently, the paper properties as well as archaeological properties to be stabilized and also repair, those being my major tasks. Also in our museum, we used to have the fork, especially the fabric or fiber. Those are advised by the experts and trying to really have the good storage of those products as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next, the last speaker is Maekawa-san, please.
Thank you. I am from Tono City, and I'm at the culture division of Tono City. My division is within the library of Tono City. At the time of a great earthquake, I was a curator in charge of a Tono library. I live in Tono City of Iwate Prefecture. We are about 50 kilometers away from coastal cities such as Rikuzentakata. We are surrounded by mountains. 5 is the maximum intensity of the earthquake, but our museum didn't really had impact. But ever since the earthquake occurred, for about a month, libraries and museums were closed because we were the members of the libraries, but also we are also the member of city. So in accordance with the disaster response plans of the city, we needed to work in opening the shelter and accepting victims. So we were engaged in disaster response by the city. Many of the citizens also participated in rescue activities for the past 100 years caused by a tsunami. Tono cities, I think, were historically doing the voluntary activities for rescuing activities. So that was based on that. So when I went to the Sanriku area for the first time, that was at Rikuzentakata. In the support activities, 28th of March, when I visited the museum of Rikuzentakata, as was mentioned by Mr. Kumagai, I also looked at the notice asking people not to steal the important cultural properties of Rikuzentakata. I back then didn't have much of the experience, but because of the notice, I felt I wanted to participate in the rescue activities, and I wrote a paper asking for my participation, and I was accepted to make a participation in the activity as a result. So starting from Rikuzentakata, Kamaishi, Ozuchi, there was a library, and I was involved in cleaning of the material of the library of Ozuchi. About 1,500 books were stored in the Ozuchi library, but they were all sent to Tono City. Taking 3 years since then, we did the cleaning activities. Our staffs, as well as citizens volunteer, altogether 1,760 people participated in cleaning exercise. And also culture rescue. In order for the citizens to be aware of that, from the April of 2012, we did the exhibition. And the next 5 years, we did the rescue activity exhibition around Japan so that the Sanriku area's activities of cultural property rescue will be known among Japanese people. So that is my part of the self-introduction. Thank you very much. Now, lastly, I would also like to introduce myself. I'm at the Tokyo National Museum, and I'm an honorary member. Kamba is my name. Back in 2011, I was the head of the division of preservation and protection of the cultural assets at the Tokyo National Museum. I am retired from the museum, and I'm a freelance conservator. I'm working to protect dignity of author and the work. Now, natural disaster caused damage to cultural heritage. Ever since 2011, there are so many projects happened after that. But whenever such activity happened, we always refer to 2011. And I am the honorary member of the Tokyo National Museum. I am honored to be able to participate in such initiatives for most of the time. Maybe 18 months ago, we stopped the meeting, face-to-face meeting, but this is a new situation, meaning that we can restore face-to-face meeting. But I'm feeling very nervous, but I hope, therefore, you can help me in moderating and playing a coordinator role for this session. Now, let's go into the discussion. Now, the time is quite limited, but we have many important issues to be discussed. How much we can go deeper is something I have to rely on you and rely on your active participation in the discussion. First topic is that the past 10 years. How do you summarize your past 10 years since 2011 to 2021? I would like to be succinct in doing that. And secondly, based upon that and leveraging that experience for the next 10 years, what will be the approach by museums going forward? What are your plans for the next 10 years? What are you going to do? So that's the next or second topic that I would like you to share with us. So I guess summarizing what you experienced for the past 10 years would be quite difficult. But from Iwate Prefecture, Maruyama-san, if you look back, your activities of last 10 years, could you explain? Maybe I can give you 5 minutes. And if anyone have any discussion points or opinions, anyone can freely jump into Maruyama-san's presentation. Maruyama-san. Well, thank you. I wasn't involved from the very beginning, so I do not cover all of the 10 years, but the first action right after the disaster hit, the disaster was very big in scale, and we were not able to take first action easily. But those who hit and affected by the disaster, I think everyone wanted to do whatever they can do. They did the best they could do, I think. The network. I think what is important is network. Initially, instead of institution to institution network, I think individual curators to another curator, that kind of connection played an important role. That was mentioned by Maekawa-san. I think there are many curator of the same initiative or same way of thinking started to reach out to other curators in the beginning instead of institutions to work together. So we were the institution who did so. And Morioka was away from the coastal area. We did have some damage, but we were able to take actions. So by looking at the situation, the Morioka museums can take action. And the collections were moved into our museum and sorted out so that the other people can help. And we actually sorted out the collection and to send those collection to other people who can help. Now, yesterday, I think you came to our museum and to show how we are doing restoration work, and we did some presentation. And after the disaster, everything was new to us, and we didn't know what to do. And depending on the material or property, the tsunami hit greatly at the coastal area, but depending on the location, the soil on the surface of the seabed is different. So different museums are different in terms of the exhibit they have as well as the damage they had. So different institutions had to face different difficulties. So regarding the future, that is one thing we will have to pay attention to.
I mentioned the importance of networking. Our network certainly has been strengthened over the past 10 years, but we'll strive to further strengthen it on regional level and prefectural level, and even wider cross-prefectural level. We have to continue to do that. Now, the information about each of the different localities, inventory of cultural properties were not present at the time. So during the normal times, such information should be gathered and inventories. Iwate Prefecture has the Museum Council, which can be the pivoting point or anchoring point for DRR activities, coordinating DRR activities. The affected area itself will have difficulty in working on the rescue activities. So it is important to have the basis of information so that surrounding areas can help the affected areas based on such information. So as we handle each of those materials, such information I found was extremely important. That would certainly make the restoration and preservation work more effective. At least I've been involved rather short term. That's the kind of the feeling that I've had. Did I answer your question? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, in different localities, there are different characteristics of the materials. And of course, the level of devastation of the materials are different. And it takes time to understand how to restore such materials. And there wasn't sufficient sharing of information about such affected properties. With such information, you believe your restoration work would have been more effective and efficient. All of that can be realized by networking. You don't think, however, the current level of networking is sufficient either. What is the level of sufficient networking is not something we are not discussing today, but both in depth and breadth, I guess the networking should be strengthened. Thank you very much for your input. Now, from Miyagi Prefecture. Currently, you work at Disaster Center, but Kodani-san, you have been involved for long term in the salvaging of the properties. Would you like to? Well, actually, I'm wearing two hats about Miyagi Prefecture and the Risk Management Center. Well, I do. 7 months ago, I felt myself distancing from Miyagi Prefecture, but Miyagi still is always on top of my mind. So I guess I will keep wearing the two hats. Now, so how was it in Miyagi Prefecture? As Maruyama-san mentioned, the networking of individuals and organizations were important. Miyagi did not have any formal networking of institutions, although we did have something called Kenpakukyo, or Prefectural Museums Association. And the secretariat of Kenpakukyo was always thinking of how to shift that responsibility to someone else. So they were not very eager. Once, twice a year, they were hosting training sessions. But some museums were never interested in such training sessions, although being a member of Kenpakukyo or that prefectural association. Now, DRR was not on the top of the mind of many of the directors and the leaders of the prefecture. Very typical of a prefecture, I think, at that time. Then the disaster hit, and we had to start learning from scratch. Miyagi Prefecture has a local office of cure headquarters, and in that, or rather rescue headquarters, the regional office, and during that process, we decided to assume the policy of becoming friends with whoever we exchanged meishi or business cards with. So, first of all, I called on to some museum experts whom I exchanged my business cards with before and asked for help. or rescue. And Tohoku Historical Museum is also involved because of the individual relationship that I had through such activities. In March 2011, we convened a meeting to think of what to do. Miyagi Prefectural Museum and Sendai Historical Museum and Miyagi Historical Museums had curators who could become the core of the rescue works while knowing the situations of the prefecture. So, together with the Agency of Cultural Affairs and the National Institute for Cultural Heritage. So, it all started with my personal networking. And Miyagi is very local in terms of the background of the curators who work at museums. They tend to know each other. They tend to be from the same schools. So, such personal relationships have become the foundation of starting the rescue work. And we established a cultural heritage preservation conference, which already, however, has been disbanded after the project. But that is the first attempt of building organizational relationship rather than individual, personal relationship. I should have made this organization permanent, but in reality, it was not possible. My former colleague, Moriya-san, was also, however, interested in it. So we started encouraging Kenpaku-kyo because she wanted to do it, and I supported the idea. And there was another colleague of ours who were also interested. I sort of followed the activities of the younger generation curators who were interested in strengthening Kenpaku-kyo. Along the way, over the past couple of years, I think we started to realize that Kenpaku-kyo is becoming more effective. So after the disbandment of that network that I mentioned earlier, we are still working on strengthening of Kenpaku-kyo.
So I guess thanks to Moriya-san's effort, I think now it's getting to be realized. And I think into the future, this is going to be effective. So that's something which I have been working on. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Kodani-san's capabilities or your personal network was really effective in rescuing the cultural heritage. And you are setting up the council for the cultural heritage preservation. So you are trying to establish the organization. And you are kind of leading the prefectural effort. And yes, the original Kenpaku-kyo to be reinforced. So you're trying to reorganize the existing organization so that it can be a stronger team. Did I understand it correctly? I hope it's going to be a stronger organization. Okay, so maybe moving on to the Fukushima prefecture. So would you please kind of share your insights for the past 10 years, Uchiyama-san? I don't know if I can actually summarize the past 10 years or not, but let me try to talk about the organization or network Well, first of all, in Fukushima Prefecture, yes, not just the tsunami or earthquake, but we had a disaster of the nuclear power plants. Well, even looking at the global landscape, this is quite rare. So we have to record what happened to Fukushima, and also we have to investigate, or we have to really see what happened. And one of the elements would be the network or organization. In my presentation, Fukushima is trying to rescue the cultural heritages, especially in the area of nuclear power struck area. And we were able to do sort of an organized effort. Unlike Miyagi Prefecture, our rescue headquarters was established 1 year later after Miyagi Prefecture. So maybe the initial move was not that effective. So Fukushima History Preservation Network was the organization which was sort of leading the initial move. Well, there are some university students from Fukushima University, so they are going into the off-limits area, but they were not able to do it because they cannot go into the off-limits. Every time I have to get the certificate, and also I have to measure the dose. And even right now, I'm still reporting how much radiation I got every day. So whenever I go to those off-limit area, we have to report how much dosage I get as radiation. So that's why it's really difficult to go into those areas and do some work. So that's why we had to organize the team led by the city and led by the prefecture. And well, this history preservation network was not going into the off-limit area, but they were helping the outside of those struck area, so that they were kind of trying to help of those materials which came to those area. Well, our museum is quite far from the central area, and of course the prefecture has a certain number of the curators, and also they have a larger organization, and also they have the experts. But they are far away from the disastered area. On the other hand, the local museums have a lot of information quickly. They are deeply rooted into the community, but the curators were not able to work on their own tasks. So how we were able to rescue the cultural properties in those nuclear power affected area, maybe because of some nature of the organization, have to be fully assessed, and what kind of a strength, what kind of weakness each organization has. I think we have to have a kind of a list saying what kind of strength or weakness we have. Well, the Fukushima Prefectural headquarters of the cultural heritage is still continuing. And yes, to a certain extent, it just remains as a formality, but we need to resume or reactivate that activities, and that actually was reactivated the last year's typhoon. And they were soliciting the members from the prefectural staff members and trying to rescue the water-damaged materials. So in this sense, the network established from the Great East Japan earthquake was effective for the following disasters. It was nice to see that network was effective, but how we could better use the network is another question. There are certain things which we should improve even more. Maybe we have to really think about the roles or personalities of the people who are involved in these rescue activities. Well, thank you very much. I think there are important topics in in your talk. Well, maybe the first thing which I can say is that the cultural properties preservation rescue, the team established by the Agency of Cultural Affairs, and also the CDO Net team from the local community, local area. Well, depending on the kind of nature of each team, we need to really think about how we can assign the certain roles for each organization. As we have to anticipate the future disasters, we need to kind of think about what task to be done by which team or which organization. Well, nuclear power plant incident is quite rare. In order to really investigate, we have to think about how we can preserve those unique disaster heritage to the future. Thank you very much. So far, I heard from 3 speakers to summarize in their respective prefecture for the last decade. Thank you very much. So one is building the network. Network consists of people as well as organization and data about the cultural properties. We should share the data of the cultural properties. So network consists of people and data. And this is something which we need to consider for the future. The other is well, maybe that's a common theme for all those 3 panelists. I would like to ask another thing, which is the cultural property rescue team set by the Agency of Cultural Affairs. What the relationship between each local government's team and the team set by the Agency of Cultural Affairs? So anyone who would like to say anything about what you saw? Maruyama-san, do you have any comments? Yes. So this rescue council, and yes, I am talking about Rikuzentakata, and yes, I think this rescue council was really, really effective, and I think it's really clear. Well, if without those members, I could not imagine what happened or what could have happened. So it was really useful. Well, we have the support by the government, we have support from the local community or local government, and I think we have really good divisions of the responsibilities.
So Miyagi did almost everything. I would like to express gratitude for their efforts. Probably that's the only comment I can make. Fukushima, maybe Sanpei-san is a good person to represent. Well, Rescue Council. Without Rescue Council, probably it would take much longer before the rescue of the property would begin. It took 1 year before the rescue starts. Because of the nuclear accident, we needed to establish an organization before taking any action. Because we were not able to go into the exclusion zone without any permission, so we needed to have organization to apply for such permission. So Rescue Council was really instrumental. And also, our curators in the localities, we also worked in rescue of the local cultural property. So we have activities on the ground and also the rescue council established. So these 2 wheels were needed to carry out rescue activities for our locality. What about you, Maekawa-san? I visited Oide Elementary School of Rikuzentakata for the first time. I felt that I was not welcomed because I was outsider and I was not expected to understand anything at all. They didn't say it, but I felt the atmosphere. Local properties needed to be carefully restored by local curators. And when they are doing so, people like me from outside all of a sudden appears and they saw me and they kind of not welcome me. So in the rescue activities, many people around Japan would go to your localities and also Oide Elementary School. There was a scary woman called Maekawa-san. That was a rumor I actually heard, and if I did something wrong, Maekawa-san will jump onto me and scold me. So that's something I have heard. Sorry, Maekawa-san. I didn't want to insult you, but how did you manage human-to-human interaction? Well, the sense of alert existed because Iwate Board of Education took time to accept the help from the national government. I think it only did so the beginning of May of the year. When we needed help, mostly like March to May period, we wanted to have help from outside. And we know that there was some organization organized, but we thought maybe the help did not come to Iwate that much. So we were disappointed. And that was the reason why we treated you in that way. And also we thought local people has to raise our activities rather than waiting for someone to give us help. So that was a kind of atmosphere that we had at that time. So the first despair or disappointment came, and I think that led to kind of not welcoming atmosphere of people coming from outside. And as Kamba Sensei mentioned, once we see people arriving from outside to help us, well, Rikuzentakata was afraid of receiving support from outside, but gradually they expanded the acceptance or capability to accept help from outside as they see people coming with a helping hand. And that was the leading, making a path towards accepting help from outside. Thank you very much. Cultural heritage rescue has to take action immediately, and that is required around the world. First action, how fast can we take, would determine the decay of cultural property. First action, without using any chemicals or any facilities, but we should salvage cultural property from where they are found as fast as possible to stop decay or deterioration of the material. Now, 2011, March 11th, the rescue of the damage had some void of 20 days about. So 20 days took before the rescue starts in Rikuzentakata, for example. This 20 days was expressed in various many ways, like human life, or those who killed, and lifeline for daily life of those who survived should be the priority, and therefore cultural heritage has to wait for 20 days. That's something some said. But these 20 days, if we can shorten that period, we can better preserve cultural assets that were damaged. So that can be one of the themes that we can discuss. But now we would like to move on to the next topic, that is how museum would face to the risks of disaster for the next 10 years. That will be the second topic. First, from UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, Ms. Matsuoka. If you look at the situation around the world and from the vantage point of United Nations system, can you introduce us some helpful examples or cases that exist around Japan, around the world? Thank you very much. I'm sorry about this. Thank you. Well, talking about the next 10 years, next decade, I would like to share with you the progress and developments happening in the world that is not necessarily focusing on cultural properties, but regarding a tsunami. UNDRR is working with UNESCO, that is the United Nations Science and Culture body that I think museums around the world is working closely with. The UNESCO is designated the 10-year period of marine science for SDGs starting from 2021 to next 10 years. And that includes program for preparedness vis-a-vis tsunami, which I think is a very big topic. Tsunami preparedness in order to enhance resiliency, that is a part of the program for UNESCO. So as well as the objectives are concerned, it's really ambitious. By 2030, 100%, they are aiming at 100% tsunami-ready community. 650 million people are living on the coastal area, risk of tsunami, cyclone, and high tide, and so on and so forth, according to the statistics. So 650 million people are at risk who are living at the coastal line area, according to UNESCO. So those people, those communities would be preparing for the marine regarding disaster. And in order to make them prepared by 100%, they say they would do so by 2030. There are many activities to make that happen. One is done by UNESCO. And because of the UNESCO is taking initiative, museums are really related. So I just wanted to share with you this piece of information. And another thing is that the World Tsunami Awareness Day, the UN Secretary General said resiliency has to be also receiving a large-scale investment. That was a part of the message. The investment is not just relating to the infrastructure. Hardware and software, or hard and soft infrastructure are included. Like there was information, the global connection. If the connection is quite close, vis-a-vis connection is a distant, 20% more unlikely to lose life, according to the university. So the connection is also relating to the resiliency of the community post-disaster.
Mayor Toba talked about museums as the basis of communities' relationship. Set human bonds and networking and the basis of such relationship or social capital, in short, is something that has to be developed And that is where museums and other educational institutions can contribute. Now, during the World Museum Conferences in Indonesia, Turkey, Thailand were participants. And one of the things that they shared with us was rather interesting. For example, a museum in Aceh. In 2004, they were devastated by major tsunami, and the museum was built in 2009, so that's 5 years after that tsunami, based on Kobe's museum, which can also work as a tsunami shelter, not only as the educational institution. Now, the director of the Aceh Museum came to talk to us. Since it is a shelter and the educational institution, it is very well accepted by the society because children frequent the museum. So going over the traditional roles of museums, they want to play a role in building human bonds of the local communities while serving for the education of the children. And going forward, he wanted to bridge between children and local persons with disabilities. Once again, that is an endeavor of building local bonds, leading to the community resilience. And Sichuan earthquake memorial museum was also represented by some speakers at the time who are also interested in building stronger relationship with local governments. And from Thai Museum, they were talking about youth leadership program to develop young generation of people as leaders in tsunami response. In 75, earthquake displays are abundant at Lisbon Museum, where digital technology is largely introduced with help of universities. In Hawaii, Pacific Earthquake Museum was represented by people who talked about tsunami survivors. And they are offering opportunities for the younger generation to be able to talk to tsunami survivors. Once again, in an attempt of building human networks, and they value such mouth-to-mouth type of handing down of the stories. So those museums that were represented wanted to transcend the traditional roles of museums of collecting and storing cultural properties, but want to be involved in more of the relation building in the communities that they are located. Actually, through the museum conferences, we are seeing an increase of exchange of collections as well as virtual viewing of the assets that each of those museums hold. Knowing the community and also learning from other communities in the world for similar disasters serve as an interesting starting point for the DRR education as well as for other DRR-related endeavors like climate actions, for example. Such way of awareness raising is an important part of the outcome. The Tohoku experience will be handed down through the affected objects rescue operations, which have not been experienced in other parts of the world. Therefore, such experience should be internationally shared going forward as well. For the next 10 years, I would like the museums to play an important role in building resilience of the communities that they reside. Also, in response to the global challenges, they can become the starting point of the awareness raising in relationship with universities, media, and local private sector communities can be also an interesting part of such endeavors and aspirations. Thank you very much. So running up to 2030, 100% resilience is aimed at for the coastal areas. Well, Japan is almost 100% coastal. Most of the prefectures have coasts, and of course, we are in the position of contributing to the solution of building resilience. Matsuoka-san, just briefly, more specifically, in order to implement 100% resilience in coastal areas, what museums should do? Who can we call and consult with in order for us to be able to be a part of it? What are the key organizations, for example, in Japan? Well, at the UN, we help most of the time developing countries. Therefore, when it comes to UN activities, they tend to be centered around developing countries. As for Japan, in the area of Bosai or DRR, Japan is so advanced, as also indicated by the preceding discussions amongst the experts, because Japan experienced lots of disasters in the past and accumulated lots of experiences and made efforts in making improvements. So, in many fronts, Japan is so advanced. That's how Japan is being looked at by the world. Technology is one thing, and awareness is another. And of course, this 10-year program, its contact point is UNESCO. UNESCO and UNDRR will be your contact point for you to send your information out, your communication out. As for the coastal communities' tsunami readiness, the local governments should play important roles because in Japan, local governments are the major stakeholder in DRR activities. So working with local governments would be very important, as well as with researchers at universities. Researchers at universities are largely available in the area of interesting analysis, which will certainly serve actionable endeavors. The UN will not offer direct support to Japan, but rather we would like to see Japan sending out information, valuable information to help Indonesia or Maldives cope with their situations. And the UN can be a contact point for you, for Japan to be able to do so. So I really hope that you can come up with very valuable case studies which UNDRR will readily make available to other countries of the world. Well, thank you very much indeed. The roles that Japan can play in the world certainly abounds us opportunities. So we are coming very close to the end of this. I would not say a 10-year program or call for action, but just to wrap up the discussion, I'd like you to share with us your views on what you plan to do for the next 10 years. Now, it's not about the first stage, second stage of salvation, but rather preparedness before disasters in terms of education, for example, and post-disaster rescue readiness. From those two perspectives, what do you think would be the initiatives necessary going forward? I understand we are really running out of time. Well, rather quickly, Sanpei-san, what is your take on that? I understand we have already gone over the allotted time, so I'll be very brief. Tomioka Archive Museum is, which I represent, which opened back in July. You received, I'm sure, our pamphlet. If you have not, please receive one as you exit. In terms of the DRR education and 10-year opportunities for museums, I'd like to share my view with you. In case of Fukushima, we experienced earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. Tomioka Township became vacant with 0 resident left. Why do we need a museum there? The name of the museum is Historical Archive Museum. Archive means recording of what has happened, including the process of restoration going forward. And of course, we are a museum, so we will function as a museum. So what roles are we playing as museums? Museum is a place where you can find what sort of a region that museum represents, the treasures or the cultural assets which have been the basis of the people's lives, of the community. And that is to be displayed by museum, and also the changes to those through disasters should be displayed so that we can accumulate learning from that. Cultural heritage rescue work is one of such endeavors. We undergo various hardships and difficulties as we go through rescue and restoration of historical materials. As a museum, we can hold workshops to learn about the communities, that is to introduce the community to the local residents in a wider perspective. The work of restoration and newcomers to the regions, it is a place where we can share such information, valuable information. So museum can be a place of community building from that perspective. Although we are a very new museum, I think the softer part of what we do will become more important than something tangible.
How about you, Moriya-san? So preservation science or a more specific technical perspective, what do you want to do? What would you like to do? It could be your personal opinion or organizational initiative. Either way is fine. So Tohoku Museum of History, well, those archives which are damaged by water, well, the smell or maybe the drying method are our focus area in our research. So Iwate Prefecture prefectural exhibition I visited recently, and I saw the affected materials. And also Fukushima Prefecture has their own unique stabilization process. So we would like to share the case studies. We all try and error the different methodologies, and we want to share our learning so that we can improve the stabilization process. That's something which I like to work with others. In terms of the preservation science, well, maybe the obsolete schools usually has the exhibited materials. So we are trying to build the good environment. And in that regard, we have been helping the local communities, local governments. So after the disaster, I think people who are in charge of their cultural heritage are now paying attention to how they can best store those pieces. So that's another area which we like to work on. Well, I was not involved for the entire 10 years, but we have been supported by the prefectures. So we have been also connected to the experts for those preservation technique or technology. So we want to maintain this network, and maybe the experts or people who are in charge of the cultural heritage. With those people, we want to really keep the good relationship on everyday basis, because that will be the foundation for those disaster rescue projects. So we want to keep having a good relationship even on that everyday basis. Well, I think it's 5 p.m. Maybe may I extend for another 5 minutes or so?
So we have two more people remaining. Maekawa-san, regarding the support from behind, any vision? If you have any vision, I would like you to share with us. Yes, 10 years from the earthquake, the biggest achievement I can be proud of is the Tono's local disaster plan. I was able to incorporate the cultural property collection or rescue as one of the items. Of course, that was a mission in the plan. However, there was no plan indicating helping the rescue of other cities' cultural property preservation. 1 month from the earthquake, I was a volunteer in doing cultural heritage rescue. And a month after, as activities of museum, my activities was acknowledged, because Tono's regional disaster plan did not include the help of other cities' cultural asset as one of the items to be carried out. So I voiced that, and helping other municipalities was incorporated in the new disaster plan for the Tono city. So cultural and educational support, I succeeded in incorporating that item into the chapter of helping other municipalities in the case of disaster for the disaster reduction plan. But there are limitations as to how many people we can send. Multiple staffs are quite limited for any single museum. So we therefore need to have citizens who can understand the museum rather than trying to reach out curators of other museums. So we want to create citizens and involve citizens who can think of rescuing cultural property after the disaster as a part of everyday activities. Altogether, 1,700 citizens participated in the rescue. And when the Tono's damage was recorded in the typhoon, 150 citizens participated in rescuing the property damaged by water. So we would like to enlarge such body of citizen volunteers going forward. Thank you. I can understand you have made a tremendous efforts. So lastly, at the very end of the program, from Rikuzentakata Museum, Kumagai-san. Well, the new museum building will be open shortly. So using the museum as a base, what kind of activities are you planning to do for this local community? If you have any idea, please. So I'm the last person, am I? Yeah, sort of. Well, new museum building. What would be the role for the museum? Well, Kampa-sensei earlier mentioned that you want me to talk about the vision for the new museum for the next decade. Well, actually, I want to bring the museum back to 10 years ago. In terms of the buildings and facilities, maybe it doesn't have to go back to 10 years. But we are a small museum based in local community. We are small enough to do anything at all. So cooperation with the citizen is the basis of every activity that we would do. Prior to the earthquake, that worked very well. For example, let's say one school, a strange bird visited the school and crashed the gymnasium and died. And that kind of information reached to the museum. And then we catch that bird and make that bird as the sample specimen and bring that bird to the school. And then the school children may be interested in bird and they wanted to do some research onto the bird. That happened. And also the fishermen sometimes bring seashells as the specimen. It's not of high value, but this is a shell of this nature. And we were kind of having dialogue regarding the seashell. And all of a sudden, they started to bring in some seashell that we didn't have in our collection. And that fisherman, for some reasons, gave us information on the strange animal so that the museum can send people to do research. So that was what was happening prior to the earthquake. We don't want to lose that tradition just because of the earthquake and disaster. But right after the disaster, I don't know how I should explain, but that still remains. 4 kilometers away from the museum, the specimen or collection of the museum was washed away, and someone picked up and called me this collection may be yours. And we visited that person and identified that collection was ours, and that's how we get the museum collection back. And some like fossil was collected, and all of a sudden they called me. You had many collection of fossil, and yours may be washed away. So why don't you use mine so that you can exhibit fossil after the new museum building is completed? So that kind of communication still remains, although the density may be diluted a little, but we want to bring that connection back. School children who did a drumming performance, and also the MC high school students. We want museum to be more open to those people who can drop by easily, and then eventually they can help us in the case of disaster. So the next 10 years, we would like to bring the community bond back to what we were 10 years ago. Thank you very much. We want to go back to the museum how it was 10 years ago. I think it's really insightful word. He was not talking about backward story. But anyway, with that, we went overboard by 10 minutes. I'm sorry about this, but still, we are not able to cover a lot of many things. Sorry about the coordinated sport management, but I hope you will bear with me and forgive me. Many challenges and many reflections and many soul searchings. We didn't cover everything, but we were able to identify some of them. The most important thing to be important is network. I think network is something that remains in our brain. What needs to be done before the disaster, what needs to be done after the disaster. Network relates to both, and using the network, we would do preparation to be better prepared. Now, fortunately, we have a network for Disaster Reduction Center, which is to strengthen our existing network. So with your connection and the network, well, Japan has a lot of disaster. In order to keep our cultural asset safe, I hope your network will do a champion for our cultural asset. With this, I would like to conclude today's symposium's panel discussion session. Thank you very much for all the panelists.
Thank you very much for the panelists, and also Mr. Kamba, the coordinator or moderator. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to invite Hiroyuki Takahashi, director of Iwate Prefectural Museum, to close this symposium. Thank you very much for taking your time to attend at this symposium today. I also would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the people from all over the world who have been thinking about Fukushima, Miyagi, Iwate, and other areas affected by the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami through the internet. 4 presentations and the following panel discussion reminded me of different events that have happened over the past 10 years. Immediately after the disaster, I was at a loss and could not even think about what tomorrow will bring. Now, although there are still many issues to be overcome, we have been able to think about the future of Tohoku and the museum together with all of you. I feel that this in itself is a testament to the tireless effort of the people involved in the museums and cultural properties in the affected areas who have been struggling for more than a decade, and to the generous support from Japan and other countries. In today's symposium, the younger generation who will carry on the baton played a very active role. The great MC and also the dynamic performance of the taiko drum are exactly the hope for Rikuzentakata City. After the disaster, the word Kizuna became a slogan, and we saw it everywhere. Due to the pandemic, the word Kizuna, the bond between people, have been greatly deteriorated. As the infection spread, we were not sure if we could host this symposium in person and excursion, but today, in this way, we have been able to reconnect Rikuzentakata City, Tohoku, and the people all over the world. As we close this symposium, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the 9 speakers and all those who participated and watched, and the people of Rikuzentakata City who served as hosts, and all those who overcome various challenges to make this symposium a reality. And thank you very much to the Agency of Cultural Affairs. In my closing remark, I would like to express my hope that museums in the affected areas will continue to send out messages to the world about new ways of cultural revival after overcoming the many difficulties caused by the Great East Japan earthquake and the new coronavirus infection. And those messages will set a cornerstone for protecting museum and cultural properties around the world that are threatened by the following disaster. Thank you very much once again for your participation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Takahashi. So with that, we would like to close this ICOM-DRMC Annual Conference 2021 Symposium on the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. I have some housekeeping announcements to the viewers. At the very bottom, from the questionnaire button, please answer to the questions. And also housekeeping announcement to the people in this venue. Please bring those questionnaires and then hand it to the staff members. Please make sure that you take all of your personal belongings. Once again, thank you very much for your participation on this symposium. Thank you very much.